I see. I see. Welcome back. How are you? Welcome. How was... I guess I haven't seen you since last year. I guess. Maybe I have. And I haven't paid attention. Just another option. Piccolo, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Yeah. We have some things. Things, yes. Cameras in Minecraft mode. Beginning of stream until I have set up everything, which usually we have like a text around the camera, but I removed it because it's... Well, Stoney, I can do that. I can do that. That is an option today. How are you? I have the fattest headache. Not even. But yeah, the water can help. For sure. But I have like a fat headache. I know why. But still. Anyways, been fighting all for the night and day with GitHub, I see. To build a server executable and release it. As in a worker, right? Like right? I think that's how it's called. Having a worker that does the server things. I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Anyways. What did I forget? I forgot something. Yes, we have some news. My building smells like it's on fire. Survival. Hi, welcome on in, welcome back. How are you? Like legally speaking, we're not supposed to do like chimney fires in France. That's not something that is allowed. But it smells as if someone decided to do so anyways, or that someone's flat burned down and I'm not aware of it. So, it's weird. It's weird. Anyways, it smells. It smells wood. It smells fiery, which is interesting. But yeah, that happens. Anyways, during the weekend being from Monday to today, that's a weekend for me. Not much happened. The app didn't really get an update. I know. I fixed something on the Android version, but not that much. And I tried something new, but I don't know. We might not talk about it yet, and we might talk about something else instead. We'll see. Debatable. Anyways, there has been things. I have shared things in the Discord, specifically this waste of time of Figma post. We're going to click on it and I'm going to share the link in the chat, but this is such a waste. So this thing right there is a post that they have made saying, what if you had a list of icons And the list of icons is right there. And you have icons in line and icons in solid. And you wanted to select anything that is the icons that are just in line and not the ones in solid, right? And so because they are already named properly, that's their point. Each of the icons are named something something icon line, something something icon solid, like dash solid dash line. Really simple. They say instead of clicking one by one, we're gonna use the console to sort them and select all of the one that we wanted in like one click. And and it feels wrong, like because god damn it, right there they have like the dash solid, the dash outlined, and what I'm seeing, at least on my side, is that these people have never used their own app. Cat, hi, welcome on in. As in, their own app here have a magnificent thing that is the Command F. You do Command F, and then you could search for outline, and it will look for outline in that thing, and you can select everything and just drop them in another file or in another group or something. It's in their app. It is by default. That's the first thing. The second thing is there is another plugin. That's a plugin. I know it's a plugin, but you can go here and say, let's say I'm looking for the finances things. I can select all of the icons. This is tools, not finances. All of that, and then I can use a plugin called Sort, which is like sort by, right? And I can sort A to Z, and if I had like dash outline and dash solid, it would do all of my dash outline in one place and all of my dash solid in one other place, and it would be like one click. That's the second option. And it doesn't require me to, as a designer, open the console and do something and type like a line of code or something. And then that's the second one. And then the third one is you want something like you wanted to select anything that has this line color, for example. You can use a third plugin called Simulator. And Simulator is going to give you the option to say, well, we are looking for all the one that have like the same stroke color and the same stroke style, and I just want the same width and the same stroke color and maybe the layer opacity, because these ones are like with a different opacity just to have like a difference. And so I'm just going to check that with the layer opacity right here, which is currently set to 60%, and then say select layers, and it will just look for the layers, select the layers, and I don't have to open the console, create a script, do something. It's just like, and from here, as I said before, you just need to do Shift Enter to select the parent. And now I have all of my parent icons selected, which is good, and I can just move them together to another place. But for some reason, their thing right here, which is already named, already lined, already in a file, and they could use a Command F in their own app, they decided to do a video to show you that, yes, because it's a browser-based app, you can 100% open the console and do something in it. It makes no sense to me. It is a waste of time. This whole thing, this whole 3 minute 35 is a waste of time. In the time it took you to watch the whole video, I just showed you 3 options to do exactly what he said in the first place, faster. Like, waste of time. It's just there. Like, it's just everyone underneath being like, eh, it's just, it's just that they, the main thing being, it really shows me that the devs and the designers at Figma don't use Figma on the daily. Like the designer advocate do because they have to, but the people that are building the tool have no clue what's happening. And they are showcasing it as if groundbreaking. We can use the console, yes, we know, but we don't. We use the plugins, like that plugins right there. That person did the video as well, but you know, like it's crazy. It's crazy. Anyways, that's the first like me ranting about that section because goddamn, what a waste of 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That's the first thing. That is the first thing. If, like me, that's the second thing. If, like me, you're someone that is using TikTok and you are in the shift of TikTok being like, oh, it's going to be banned in the US. Oh, it's not going to be banned in the US. Oh, it's going to be banned in the, you know, the mess that is the US market right now. If you followed that, you know what happened. If you don't, basically the US government said we are banning TikTok because it's a threat to national security because it's owned by China, like the parent company is Chinese, therefore that's an issue. And then anything that they are showcasing is that, well, technically it's not Chinese, it's Singaporean, and the TikTok that is available in the US is only the one that has the US servers. It pulls data from other servers from around the globe, but it's not like Chinese owned. That's the thing. And so, because the US government is trying to ban the app, a lot of users have been migrating to another app, which is this one, which looks extremely similar. And this one specifically is Chinese made, only in Chinese, mostly. And um, and the name of the app translates to Little Red Book, which is the initial, I think, Chinese dictator Little Red Book of recommendation from the Communist Party. And that everyone moved to this app, which is really good. And it's good because I can show you my feed here compared to my feed on TikTok, because my feed on TikTok is just like much different. But here it's just like, for me right now, because it's a brand new account, it is Cat's writing system, because obviously, like, I am trying to, at least, to just like be better in my Japanese writing. And so these videos of people trying to do like kanjis or Chinese character calligraphy, it's really good overall. Like it's a really nice thing for me to learn the stroke order and how they make it, what are the links and all that. But yeah, the thing that I will say, Stony, which I know we've said that already, I fully disagree with that. I think it made the dumb people dumber, yes, but it made the curious people more curious, and it just accentuated the traits of the peoples. Like that, based on the content that I can have on these platforms, it is mostly good content. So yeah, but yeah, here the thing that is kind of fun is that it didn't again, you don't use the app, so you can't really talk about it. Let's be clear. Um, but the amount of 8 to 10 minute video that I've watched on TikTok is not greater than the one that I have on YouTube for sure, but it is a massive amount compared to the vast majority of apps, like the app content, which is usually like 30 seconds to a minute. But I have watched like full on YouTube video on TikTok directly because it's much better interface. It is easier to communicate. It is better for the content. So yeah, they don't post cars. So this app, this Chinese app specifically, is a mix of Instagram and Pinterest with lately an update to look like TikTok, but it's not made by TikTok at all. It's just that the creator of that app saw what TikTok did and decided that this was a good thing or working for them. So, all that. This app specifically is run, I guess, by girls. And because it's a Pinterest slash inspiration base, mostly for girls, it is something that is usually cute. You have nail inspiration, outfit inspiration. For me, my feed is mostly flowers. Like that's the thing that I have. And all of these things, it's mostly like girly side compared to cars. There are cars for sure, but it's not the majority. But again, there is like plenty of it for sure. It's just that um, the algorithm that you will have would tailor to yourself. So if you like cars, you will see cars. If you don't, you don't. And because I don't care about cars a slight seconds, I can't. I don't see them. It's pretty good for me. But yeah, so that happened during the weekend. They announced it, everyone migrated there, and then the Chinese people are kind of having fun with the Americans, and they are asking them to pay taxes, which is basically sharing pictures of your cats. So all that. If you haven't seen it in your feed on TikTok, then you don't need you don't need it. That's the thing. The reason why most people are migrating from the American version to this app is because the servers, I mean the US servers, are gonna shut down on officially the 19th, which is in 4 days. And so, with that in mind, like most people, most American are going to lose all of their content. But the rest, as in like the entirety of the rest of the world, don't really care. Like it won't change much. So if your TikTok is currently like Brazilian and most of the content that you see is from Brazil, you should be fine. Like most of my content on TikTok is mostly from Japan. So I don't care. All the content is going to stay there and I'm still going to have that. So it has no impact on me. And their headquarters in the US is going to shut down. Their servers in the US is going to shut down, meaning that most of the Americans are going to move away, meaning that most of the content that I don't really like is going to move out. And I'm going to just keep the good content. So that's what I like. Anyways, details about the world and what's happening at that instant in the internet. Yeah, I mean, they are dumb about this app. Like, they don't really understand what happens. There is like a bit of a discussion to extend the ban by 270 days, but I feel like this is not going to really help. I think the migration that most of the Americans have already done is going to like remain the same. Like they are going to move out. And one of the good things that I like about the migration is the Twitter stock market, like the stock prices, and the Facebook Meta stock market also like is dropping, because most of the users that were on TikTok that know that basically the ban is because of Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk that tried to kind of lobby the government to ban the app. They their stock is just slowly going down, which is really cool to see. There is no new virus, it's just the old one from 2001 or 2011, I forgot. I know there is a one at the end, but I don't know in which one it is. But yeah, the new one has a new name, which I forgot, but it's the same as before, and it's something that is not really bad. Like it's a bit of a flu, which is the same thing that we already had. So we'll see. Yeah, there is kind of that. There is also the combination of four of the existing strands that have fucked, and then decided that, yeah, we're gonna make another one, and they made a thing that is a tad more efficient. But yeah, no, the new one is basically like just having a flu. Like it is that simple. There is like a surge in China right now, which is fine because they can control the things, and even if it spread out, it will be okay. Like I feel like a new lockdown wouldn't really be an issue for me. But yeah, it didn't revive itself. It was already there. It's just like some strand of that virus from, again, 2000, I think 2001, just gain traction probably in a school somewhere, because schools are just viruses places. Like if you have kids, you know. Yeah. Like my sister has been sick since she started working at a school. Like basically she has a cough, some sort of a flu, a thing, some aching here and there just because she's around kids all day, and they just have things that, yeah, that happens. So you know. It was a thing. Anyways, discovery of the day. I saw that some days ago, but this website has a weird things. Oh well, she's fine. She's fine. But if you look at the corner radiuses, they kind of move when you scroll, which is interesting. Like it's a weird concept. I don't know if I like it, but it's an interesting idea of transforming the content that you're seeing based on the position of the scroll, specifically transforming the radiuses of the containers. It breaks most of the design languages that we know. But the reason why I clicked on it, and also like here's the link in case you are interested, is because is it two L's again? The block phone, to me, is the same concept, and I've talked about the block before just because I like their concept. But in terms of like visual design, I have a feeling that it is similar. It has like a bit of a minimalistic interface, and that kind of makes sense. They used to have um, a full website for the launcher, but yeah, they had like I can't find it. They had a desktop app to manage your files, and it has, or it had, it's kind of dead. It has like a very similar vibe to me. That whole minimalistic thing. Anyways, that's what popped in my head when I saw that. I also saw this thing at the top, and that reminded me of Jeroen logo that we did last week. One Monday, I forgot. Last week. So, having that as a reference is pretty good. It's a pretty good thing. But yeah, that's I'm not gonna say that's most of the thing that we have seen. There has been like way more stuff. I had one of my tweets blow up. Not really, but kinda. And I mean, I don't know why I'm doing that every time. But yeah, like this specific tweet right there, where I found this teeny tiny interaction in one of the tools that I use on the daily mostly, which is really cool. It's tiny. It makes no difference to the user. It's just cute. But when you are going through the timeline of the video editor that I'm using, it has this kind of dot at the top that move out of the way to not overlap the existing thing so that you know exactly where you are and it's not like difficult to match. That's an interesting thing. And this I don't get it. I don't I don't get it. I don't know why this one just blew out, but that blew out. Which is appreciated as always, but yeah, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. I kept some other things as references. I think this is pretty much for me for potential stream overlay things, like the cyber-ish vibe that we have here is pretty good. Well, Twitter is not that good. If you can do without, do that. Like if you can live your life without it, do that. Use another platform that is similar if you are interested in these types of platforms. But other than that, it doesn't really bring you anything other than yeah. Yeah, no, it doesn't bring you much. It could. Let me rephrase that. It could bring you a lot if you post every day, pay for the premium version, interact with everyone as much as you can, and basically make your life revolve around it. Then maybe it could do something for you if you have a business, like a design business or a dev business, and try to have clients. Maybe it could help. But if you don't do that, if your level of interaction with the platform is not that much, you may have a tweet or two that just blow up, like the one that I just did. But that's it. Like if you look at my analytics, do I have that? With yeah, like I had one at the beginning of last year, I guess. That made 420,000 views, which is like my biggest hit tweet forever. God damn it. But then most days I have like one tweet that blow up and it's like nothing. So that, yeah, that happens. Dapshi, how are you? Good morning, good day, good time zone, good everything. these are not gonna help the headache. God damn. They. Uh, Ush. Ah. Mm. Yeah, that's gonna be bad. But yeah, overall, like you don't really have much, or you don't gain much. The only thing that I like about it is that there is um, some sort of an inspiration to be taken from there. Most of the things that I'm gonna see here are gonna be also like on Pinterest. What do you mean bicycle broke? Bike? What you talking about? I don't have a bike. This one? Oh. It's a chain from one of my favorite jewelry brands type of things. It sounds good job. I mean, it's mostly a GK thing than anything, but yeah. GK hasn't been here in a while. I guess the new kid doesn't help that. But yeah, so other than that, Piccolo, other than like getting inspiration or finding things that are really cool or interesting to learn from, Twitter doesn't really have much to bring. But that's on its own, you know, pretty good. Like it's a pretty good thing to know. Like for me right now, I've been learning things about like CSS, but also there is another one down here regarding Swift UI specifically and how you can like build something like directly. So if I wanted to have like a search result that is like an empty state, there is in Swift something that is by default. You could have that. Um, that is pretty good. Yeah, exactly. You don't need a girlfriend. It's good to have, but it's you decide what you want to do. And otherwise, to answer your question of where I got it there. This is the brand that I'm taking that from. I want more from them, and it's just not in my budget right now. Like I want this one, like a lot, because it's really cool. It's tiny, it's simple, it's thin, it's nice, it has details. I like it. But it's $120. I said, oh. So there's that. And then there is also the necklace that I have, which is this one. It pairs with the exactly identical. I don't know if they have it underneath. They don't. God damn it. There is like a bracelet as well that works, and there is both. There is the silver and the dual toned thing, which is the one that I have. It is just extremely shiny, so I don't like the fact that it's that shiny. But yeah, it was $100 as well, which is like annoyingly expensive. So you know that. And then there was like another one that I kind of wanted. This one is pretty cute as a chain links because they are flat on the ends. That yeah. So they, same thing. It is like fucking expensive. Um, they are just like these ones I don't understand. Mainly because that change specifically, that width and the way that it looks, I can go to whatever supply store and uh, and look for chains, and it's the same. Like it is cleaner in the middle, but I'm sure in the chains and in the options there is probably one of them that is or has like the cleanliness of it, and that's that I don't understand that. So you know, dang. I mean, have fun there. But yeah, other than that, that's where it's coming from. That so that's what it is. Nothing else really popped up. Gia posted this yesterday, and my brain went into, oh, this is another case of the like uh, that can be done in like 4 layers, and he made it in way too many. I get it, I get it, but it you know, like specifically when you look at the ridges right there, like this entire thing could be like one single layer instead of multiple, and it is so simple to do again, that I feel like it should. But you have your base layer. Let's do a 200 by 200. And so this is going to be like gradient gray, going from a blue gray in the center to, let's do something like this, to somehow something darker there. That's usually what it does, because the top is going to be lighter for some reason. And then on top of that, the only thing that you need to do is you add another layer that is going to be a radial thing, and that radial is going to have like a different radius, and you just take that right there, move that thing here to be like kind of sharp, not that much sharp, and then you bring back this closer, and so you kind of good, right? You get like 1 pixel or something, maybe 2 pixel, um, and you're good with your first ring. And from there you can just duplicate it. On GS version there is like, I think 4, so you can just 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the second one is supposed to be like here, and the third one is supposed to be like there, and then here, and you basically have your rings inside. Right now it's just badly aligned, and everything is not really good because I have like a clear in the inside instead of a different color and then clear. But like that took me 5 seconds, and on this one you have like so much things that I feel like are unnecessary to simplify like the entire icon itself. It could be easier to just have one layer with multiple fields rather than multiple layers. I think multiple layers will bring up the file size and the heaviness of the file. So, you know, but yeah, like right now, the only thing that I need to do is this, to ensure that I have kind of sharp, making sure that it is like a real rim. And if you want it to be like kind of different, you can also have it is, yes. But if you put it properly, you're good. Like right now, the properly that I'm saying is that these are black. They are black, they are set to 20% opacity, and technically I should have them at 100% just for the sake of um, ensuring that it works and that I can see exactly what I'm doing, and then just have them in a blending mode of overlay or of multiply or screen or whatever, which is something that kind of works with the background color. Codrin, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? I guess that is not a wrong assumption. I can't deny that. Can't deny that. That song is in my brain. You don't know it. But Gotti, that song is just. It's the jingle or the sound that is used by one of my Japanese podcasts that I'm listening to. And so it is like in my head all day. Because that's what I'm listening to all day. But with that, like if you wanted to have, I don't know, something that is more colorful or less colorful, or in the other way around, because your gradients need to be like inverted because the bottom needs to be highlighted, you can really do that. You can also change like the placement of that gradient specifically. It could be like a linear gradient as well. Like everything is feasible, and I feel like, personally speaking, it is like easy to update and edit. I understand why you're saying that. I agree with you. I would say that the likelihood of a client seeing this app icon and saying, well, I wanted like a square lens instead of a round lens is probably non-existent. And if they said, well, we don't need like these rims in the center because that's details that the user will never see anyways, you can just remove them and that's easy. And if they say they wanted like more spacing between them, yes, I agree with you that that could take a bit more time. Yes. But is it really that important or that different? Like to me, it doesn't take that much time to ensure that you have the right amount of flexibility in the design itself. But if it is complicated, yes, I can agree. Can agree. You can have that, and then say that these, instead of being like 100%, they could be like 60%. So then match better with the background and blend in. But yeah, like if I had like the image here next to it, it would be easier to color match. Chris, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? So you know, that let's say this is 200, meaning that this is right there. Oop. And we want this to be 200, so that's 28 or 0, 28. That we have the same size. That's the goal. Chris, number 2. 2 Chris at the same time. Yes, I said the exact same thing that Stony just said. Welcome on, both of you. How are you? How's your day going? So if we have that, and then this, and this is supposed to be some sort of a kind of opposite thing where the bottom is roughly like here. So we have our highlight that is around here, right? That's where the rim is going to be highlighted as much as we can. And then because it's like a bit of an interesting thing, it's going to be this. And then these at 60% is a tad much. I guess it's mostly going to be like 20%, which is where we were, but you know. Whether you're broke, I see. The outlet or breaker is plugged into, so I pay 200 for dummy to fix nothing. I see. You shower leak, and you still have cold water. That's what happened when you change place. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. You decided to move to avoid robbery. I get it, but that's on you. I am kidding. And then here, you know, like if I had or if I wanted to, I don't. I could just add another one, make that 100%, ensure that this is like not in a blend mode, so that it's pure black, and then just make it somewhere around there. Remove that one, and now we have basically a center part that is what we needed to have right in the middle. We don't have the highlight, and so that highlight is potentially like another element or something that is put on top potentially, which I get. Like if this center part was not how could I say that, or was like a bit of a different layer, I guess, then it would work better, but you know. That means that the version 17 is out. That's what it means. I saw something yesterday, not yesterday, 3, 2, no, yeah, yesterday. Based on where you are. Which explained why you're there. Other than the wife, obviously, but you know, we knew that. Framer rejected my plugins to some things to fix in the design before resubmitting. Interesting. It's I know it's the dominant religion where you are is aligned with yours compared to the countries around it. I'm as vague as I can. Are not. Or less. Let's say they are less. Did they explain why they rejected it, Chris? Like, did they say the design of the plugin is not to our standards, or did they say the plugin itself, what it does, is not what we want to have on the platform? Because that could be multiple reasons, and you basically need to ensure that the reason you take as a, oh, I need to change stuff, is the right one. Otherwise, you will end up doing things for no reason, or for a reason that is not the right one. So, again, no good. Oh, I don't know if, still net, I don't remember if Framer has an official design language or design system that is on Figma, because if that's the case, then you could do that. If that's not the case and you are not using Figma as a base design thing, you can 100% use the default component that they have to use. Like, I do remember that from the screenshot that you shared, I think you shared them here, I think. Not this one. I guess the previous one was someone else, but like this one is different. You shared the fucking thing earlier, and I can't find it now. God damn it. Why am I like this? I don't know. That's the docs. I think what Chris is asking is for, let me not docs myself. That's my stripe thing. There. Come on. It is there. You can't see it. Yeah, you can find it with search, but otherwise it is basically in the developer section, which you hear, and then there. Like, I don't know why they put it at the bottom. Like, that makes no sense to me. But it's there, and then if you click on it, you have access to your API and webhooks and all that. But yeah, I don't really like what they've done with the place, with all of the updates. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. Compared to a lot of stories that I've seen, it pisses me off that this is my experience every time. But it's as if I do some research before I post something, and therefore it works. I had the same, like, kind of not realization, but like things. There was a video on YouTube earlier that I was looking at, and it was just wrong information, based on my experience. Not wrong information for them. Like, they did pretty good video overall. Like, they have this right here. They say they are financially ruined, which is like a clickbaity title, with their face on there. And then, this is not true. Like 90% of the content that his was saying on that video specifically didn't apply to me when I moved to Japan. And same thing when I looked at like posting my app on the App Store and releasing the app on the App Store, I saw a lot of like things saying, well, Apple is really picky in what they have on the store, and they don't want an app that looks like another one. They don't want something that is unfinished. They don't want like comments in the code. They don't want logs. The things like this. And so I was like, okay, cool. So they don't want all of these things. Therefore, I'm going to remove that and ensure that my app is different compared to the other ones. And then just I sent that, and the only thing that they like gave me as a feedback saying, well, we are not allowing your app to be released today because you are missing this and this, and that's it. And this, I know I'm vague, were the terms of services and the privacy policies. And the terms of services is the Apple terms of services, because they don't have any data usage on the app. And they just wanted me to have their own link in the description of my app. So at the bottom of the description, there is like terms of service, and it sends you to the Apple terms of services. And then the privacy policy sends you to my website, which has the privacy policy. But that's it. That's the only thing that they were like, yeah, I did. You don't have that disclosed, therefore we can't really allow it. But that's like legal thing that I forgot, and that's it. All of the other things was just like really simple. And when they had like a bit of a thing, I think I showcased that when we did the review during the stream. Do I have these here? I don't think I do. We did somewhere. It's not in the assets for sure. Might be here. Yeah. We did that. It's not much, but we still did that. We said, well, this is what we had before, and this is what we have now. So it is the same content. It is the same page, but instead of having the button here, it's the button here. Cool. And that's basically all we did, and all we needed to have when we send them something for review for an update at some point. But yeah, no, it was really simple, at least for me. And to answer your question about like how like their special requirements, they have like an app store requirement, which I forgot. I don't know how to type, which doesn't help. Like they have the app review guidelines, which I read many times, and in there you have most of the things that you need to take into consideration, but you also have the ability to use that and like, how can I say that? Pass that through ChatGPT or whatever platform you have, and it gives you like a checklist of things to have in your app. That's basically what I did, and that was enough. Like there is a ton of data in here, and there is a ton of documentation and links that are like outgoing links, but yeah, okay, there is a ton of content. They're not lying about that, but yeah, the only thing is the privacy policy that I was missing. Um, which, you know, they basically asked me, uh, please have this. Like, please have this at the bottom of your app description, and we should be good. And then, yeah. And now we are. Which, by the way, I had like a release yesterday, which that is news, I guess. But still, that is what I don't like. I don't like that at all. At all. I need to reduce that as much as I can, because 100 megs for an app, I get it. There is a lot of content in it, but still, goddamn, that's a lot. But it's also like an offline, have a good shower, then can't take a shower. I don't think that works. I don't think that works. But yeah, that is pretty good. Yeah, that is pretty good. I think I'm gonna check that if I can. I doubt it. Maybe. God damn it. I connected through the App Store to the App Store through a VPN in Japan, and now my computer is like freaking out. So you know. What did I want it to do? Dang. Every time I make an update, there is a spike in crashes. So I just want to make sure yeah, exactly. God damn it. I don't understand how do we have no crashes for like a good month. Well, technically, like since December 30th, no crashes at all. And then I drop a new version yesterday on the 14th, and I have a crash the day before. That makes no sense. No sense. Maybe. This one was crazy though. The fact that on the same day I had like 8 crashes on the day of the release. Yeah. Nobody used it. That's probably the case, yeah. I could say that. Which is kind of sad because we were at 502 and now we are at 498, which means like 4 people kind of deeped. But yeah, not much. The data is kind of bad overall. The conversion rate is really good. If I trust my marketing past self of having a conversion rate of 40% is massive compared to most conversion rate on other things. So that is really good for me. Knowing that at least like 40% of the people that open the app page decide to download it, and that's a thing. But yeah, there is no like, there is not much activities. 100%. I agree with that. Like there is 3 session, technically 4 session per day, which is not good. Like on this day, on January 1st, there was like 6 session. Wow. And one of the things that is also pretty important to check is the opt-in only, because we don't have anyone that doesn't have or that said to Apple, don't track any data in these counts. So there might be more, but they can't be less. So yeah, I don't do any notification. I don't want to be annoying. I'm already annoying, and having an app that kind of requires you to go there and practice every day. I don't want to have like a notification to just push you to practice. But I might have to, which pissed me off. I don't want to. But yeah, no, there is not. I mean, what's missing right now for me is retention, revenue, and interest. That's kind of what I need. So basically, on the acquisition section, like there has been a lot of acquisition on January 1st. People that are like basically New Year's resolution. I want to learn Japanese. What can I have? And then they find my app on the App Store and then download it. But like that's a yearly spike. I get it. I could launch a campaign that's paid. And then in the retention, we don't have enough data, which is sad. I wish we had. I want to know how many people deinstall or uninstall the app, because that's the thing. 12 people have downloaded the app on desktop, which makes no sense because it's not supported. So these, like the iPad and the desktop, these two are probably the crashes, but I don't know. And then that just came out. China wasn't on the chart earlier. That's interesting. That's good to know. But yeah, so overall, like conversion rate of 40% is really good for me. I don't have enough impressions per day, so that's a thing that needs to go up. And I feel like there is something that needs to happen in terms of making sure that the app is, like, as I said, lighter, to not take like 1,000, not 1,000, but like 100 megabytes of space on your device, and that you only have the content that you need to have. But because I don't really have like a database or anything, and that the app is meant to be used offline, I don't know how I can build something that is like a database to fetch the data that you need afterward when you can't connect to the internet with the app. Like, that makes no sense to me. So we'll see. We will see. But yeah, that's where we are in the thinking, at least for now. So to really answer the question, because I've been like answering without really answering, it is, or it was, really simple to put the app on the App Store for me, as long as you follow the guidelines that they have for a reason, you're good. And putting the app on the Play Store as well, pretty easy. As long as you follow their guidelines as well, pretty good. So right now I'm waiting for the beta testing session to stop on the Play Store, which should be in 10 days. So at the end of the month, we should have like an Android version, an iOS version. And then if I have the brain and the willingness, I may create a web version. But I have doubts with that. Lots of doubt. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. That is good thinking right there. Do that. Right now they are paying me, so I'm staying here. But if I could move out, I would. I would. The oh yeah. Do you know which version you have on your phone, Cat? By the way, I don't think you do. What? If you haven't checked. So, I mean, technically now there is multiple things that I put in place, which that is true that these are updates that I've done. Um, but in the app now, if you receive an update, you have a bit of a toast at the top that tells you, well, we have received an update. You don't know what the update is, but it's easier than the panel that was before. And then if you go in the settings, that's a weird thing in the beginning. But if you go into settings, which is like this thing right there, kind of sad. But if you go into settings and you go there, you will see which version of the app you are on. We're currently on 31. So if you're not on 31, I would love for you to do an update. Because, yeah, needs to be on 31. 31 has a better profile management, I would say, and challenges, milestones that have been added. There is also a better way of doing the quizzes. And so for you right now, if you are just learning hiragana and katakana, you should be good with the content that is here. This is a bit of a broken thing, I know, but your phone is not that tiny, I think. I think. And it's not, it is scrollable, but it's weird. It shouldn't. So, you know, they should just do that. This thing, like the thing that pops up when you don't make a mistake, I can't not have it. I tried. I can't not have it. It needs to be there. It needs to happen because the app needs to physically press the button that is right there, the continue button. Basically, the thing pops up, press continue, and then move out to the next step. And it's not a thing. What do you mean by horizontal progress? Yes, horizontal progress there. Or you mean horizontal progress on the settings? Uh-huh, you can't close that out. Progression on the points. Dang. These things? Well, these are week, month, 100 days, 1 year. These are milestones that you get if you keep your streak running for, well, that amount of days. So, for example, here, I have 2 milestones currently. I have the 7 days and the 30 days that are on and are still working with the phone like tilt thingy. It doesn't work on Android though. That's a thing. But yeah. Oh, there is no leaderboard things that I want. I want to avoid leaderboards as much as I can. Anybody using JetBrains notice if now, other than I think Stony used JetBrains now. Um, One of the things that I like about Cursor, though, I know you asked about JetBrains and not Cursor, but one of the things that I do like about Cursor here is that if you want to, you can have your own models, and if you have a local model that is available, you can just plug it in and just use that. So that's pretty cool. Maybe. I don't know if that's the question. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But yeah, so actually the points, the only thing that you can brag about is the current streak. So like for example, here today I have a streak of 50 days on my iPhone with a max streak of 91 days in total, which means that in total I have used the app for 100 and something. I mean 149 days. That's the thing. But that's a thing. Like that's the only thing that you can brag about. And maybe maybe the 903, which is the amount of coins that you have. The highest streak is the longest streak underneath. Like you can't really see it if you're on mobile. It's underneath the that underneath the that right there. So it's less visible. I'm not gonna lie, there is no retention markers in there other than this. Like, I don't think you do. I don't think you do. The, like, the streak is there to give you a bit of a boost to come back the next day, but it's not there for bragging. I know. I know. It's counterproductive to not have like human compete against other humans, but it's just not what I want to have. Like I really want to have an app that matches with me and what I would love to have as a Japanese learning app, rather than having a Japanese learning app that is catered to like the market right now, like Duolingo and other platforms that needs a leaderboard and things. Yeah, no, I know. On iOS, you do have access to it though. There is no real leaderboard per se. Like it's not direct. That's my mom, but that's not what we want. And you have your achievements, and you can see them when you have them. You can see like the progress in each of the categories. And this is Game Center achievements that doesn't exist on the Android version because I didn't put it in place. That is the reason. Uh, but it's there. And so you should be able to take a look at the achievements you have and look at the differences between you and someone else um, on the Play Store, on the Game Center. But that's not fun to me. So I don't know. Um, and then, Larkin, to answer your question, Root Commander is there since the beginning. There is 3 or 5 bots that are there all the times, and you have some scrapers that are there all the time as well. So there is a lot that count as stream streaks. God damn it. Well, basically, you are giving me examples of what this one here is. No, first human is probably Stony, or I mean, first human is me, and then yeah, I don't know if Cat has a streak, but Cat has been here for a long time. You know, dang. But yeah, you have these. You have that section on Duolingo which is like a duel between you and someone else that you have in your contact, and it's not really a duel. Technically, it's a collaboration thing where if I do stuff, no, you're not. If I do stuff and I have like enough XPs, like right now we are trying to achieve 800 XP until in the next 3 days, and we both are at 28 XP. So if we wanted to be like equal, we needed to have like 400 each to get the treasure chest at the end of the week. But there is that. There is also the brain. The challenges, like it's not really challenges, but it is a duel for real, where you basically have a set of, I think, a minute exactly, like 60 seconds, to answer as many questions as possible in a given like not subject, but like if you and someone else in your contact has or is learning Japanese, you will have that here, and then you can fight each other to have like more points. There is that. There is also the section that is here, which is ensuring that you level up faster. So right now you have like level 1, which is if I do this thing, it takes I think 2 minutes for the first one, and I can gain 12 XP. And then the second level, the second step, is 18 XP supplement like on top, and then 24. So that's the first one, can give me somewhere along the line of, I think, if I can count, which I can't, 55 XP base, and then there is multiplier because I'm paying and other things for that first level. And then we'll move on to the level 2, and then we'll move on to the level 3, and that give me more points. But that's like gamification that really don't help. Like it helps the user retention, which as I said, that's kind of what I need, but I don't like it. I don't like to have like learning material where I need to push the user to do things faster or to just think less. That's a good thing. Um, to progress, like there is no progress when I'm doing this, at least in my point of view. When I'm doing the just learning characters, for example, this works. When I'm doing the lessons, the amount of work that I need to do for like one question is way greater than if I had like a book or something. Like this question specifically, this is an okay thing. That's basically what I have on my app to an extent. And then this is the least good type of question, at least in my point of view, where the character said something, so it said the phrase, and then you or your goal is to retype what they said. And the time it takes to look at the fucking words here and find them in the like right order is longer than, oh, I heard the phrase, I know what it means, cool, I can move on, which is basically what I have on my side. Like it's easier for me to just say like I'm here, I'm looking for, I don't know, let's say just dictionary because it's going to be easier, and you are looking to learn what do or make, like the verb for that, which one is it, and you can just look at things and you're like, yeah, that's sort of, and I'm good with that. And then here, this one is the one that takes a bit more time because it needs you to associate something in your head. I never know these, so I don't care. But you know, like that's a question. What is the character for knowing, or I know something? It's shiru, so that's this one. This is atarashi, and that's why you can just tap and it's faster. Most of the people that have tried the the app and have used it, the feedback that I have is usually it's way faster than Duolingo, and I learn faster, which is what I want. I don't want people to need to reorganize stuff or think without really thinking. Like again, on Duolingo here, I need to what do you mean? What the fuck happened? Nothing happened. I had like 3. That makes no sense. Anyways, um, it. I don't know if it's conscious decisions, but it's just like the part of your brain that you need to use to reorganize English or whichever language you're using sentences doesn't help you as the learner understand better the Japanese thing, because you need to reorganize the words that are not in the same order in Japanese. Like if I could say this is a sentence and then just speak out like with an AI model things that says what does that sentence mean, and then you can just say it. You say, well, that just meant that the vase was very pretty, and then it was like, well, cool, we understand, you understand what it is, we good, you can move on. Whereas right now, what happens on Duolingo mainly is just like, oh, I understand the sentence, which is the vase was very pretty, but then I need to go to the English word and say the vase was cool, and then pretty, no, very pretty cool. And that took like way more time. There was like someone, I forgot who, uh, on YouTube that has like a video about like Duolingo is taking way more time, which is true. Um, but at a certain level, which is like basically my level right now, Duolingo is taking way more time and is less and less good for learning. It's good for sentence structure and some vocabulary here and there, but it's not like really conscious and unconscious decision. There. Oh, that's interesting. But we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, 1 second, I need to pee. Yeah, right. Hi. They I missed the fucking confetti on stream. I'm sad about it. I'm sad about it. I don't even know if the fucking thing worked today. It's weird. Um, I missed them. I missed them. I couldn't see them. Uh, that is a very long message, to be honest. Um, in chat, I did change that. I did change that. It it really smells like the building is on fire. It's crazy. I don't know who of my neighbors, which one of my neighbors has reintroduced the chimney, but that's not legal. So that I don't know. It's weird. The amazing Jeroen has been here 10 times. Thank you for your continued support. That is a very long message. That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. It should not. Um, yeah, that seems to work, but that's weird. Stony, I have a question for you. That is gonna be weird. Okay. Um, on the last stream, when we ended up on this screen, like the end screen, and we had like the spam battle thing. I don't know if you remember, but you had like something like 2,000 message, and first of all, it makes no sense. That's the first thing. Do you have another stream open right now? And can you send a message in another chat? Cybersect, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? I want to know if it increase your chat messages from elsewhere, because you shouldn't be at 2,000 messages in one stream. Like you end up at like maybe 200 tops. Yeah, but this one counted here. That's weird. So your messages in other chats don't really. I know, but that's the thing. That's the thing that I don't really understand. It's like you had 2,000 messages in the end screen, and that makes no sense. That shouldn't happen. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like I don't really know why and how. It's not like it's picking up the right thing, but it's not picking up the right thing. And also, dang, still there. God damn it. I guess it's in the count. They shouldn't. I know. No, it looks okay. That's the thing. The only thing that happened was because I didn't have Atom at the beginning of the stream that was open, the reset at the beginning of the stream didn't work. So basically it cumulated your Friday's messages plus your Monday messages, but 2,000 is not feasible. And you all had like 2,000 plus messages. So then I don't get it. I don't get it. So not that it matters much, to be honest, but it's dang. Yeah, no, this specific overlay is pretty good. The thing that I don't have is I don't have it in the in my repos right there. I don't know where it is. So I can't use this. I need to use the terminal to commit changes, which is kind of bad for me because I don't know how to do that. I know that it's just git had and then whatever, but I made a mistake today on the new project that I haven't talked about that I will potentially talk about if it works today. I had to type a GitHub command in the terminal, and because I'm so used to do git reset -- hard head, I did that. And I lost the entire day of work because I forgot. I forgot what I was doing. I was reading at what what Claude was saying and said, right now I don't know why it couldn't, but like right now I couldn't do the command itself, so I had to type it by hand. It was a git command, and my hands just are so used to type that to just reset to head because it's easier than just reverting. Like Command Z don't really work when you touch like 15 files at once, and it's just yeah. But that new project that I haven't talked about and will potentially talk about at some point made me install Docker today. So we'll see. We'll see. I need to put something in place with MongoDB to check how that works, and then I need to have Docker to communicate with it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass because it's going to be a multiplayer, as in multiple users thing, and it needs to have a server, and the server needs to have the right thing, and I don't know anything about backends, which is pissing me off. But we'll see. Also, because it like basically reverted to half a day later or before I cleaned out the repos, and I was like fresh. God damn it. And yeah, that's gonna take a while. It smells burnt, and that's so bad. I hate it. I hate it. So yeah, that. I have like, it's. I know. Stony, get ready. You can start typing. Um, I have, I think, 3 dev project in my head that I haven't started yet. One of them is the one that I'm hinting at. We'll not talk about it. One of them is an iOS widget for a clock. It's just a clock. That's it. And then can for iOS, Android, and potentially desktop, but I don't want that. Yeah, that's almost the plan, which is really bad, but it's almost the plan to build things that will be interesting and useful for some people, and then that can be like acquired, as in people can buy it. But yeah, there's that. There's also the Mom UI kit, icon kit. So yeah, Can is not free. That's the thing. I mean, Can is free, but it has a subscription to ensure that you have unlimited lives and it doesn't have a cut. I'm gonna reduce per quiz is up to 25, and I was thinking about having 20-25 in the paid tier instead of in the free tier. But if the people that currently have the free tier are already set to 25, I can't really bump them down to 15 and then say, well, you need to pay. So I'm thinking about adding more, but adding more is not an option. So that pisses me off. The reason why it's 25 questions in there is because the dictionaries, each of them are chunks of words from 25 words. So the goal is to be able to do a full quiz to basically ensure that you see each and every word in that dictionary at least once when you do a 25 question quiz. Nowadays, with the new version of the quiz, you basically have access to things that just don't make that much sense. As in, conditional form. What is the conditional form of that? I don't know. Not that, but that, like this question, for example. This is a new question, which means that the character to learn that is right there could appear multiple times, as OE, and you need to choose the right reading, which is the first one, top left, or as what it means, so that's a second option, or the other way around of what it means, and then you have the options in the question like answers here. So these are things that could happen in the quiz to give you more questions, but the full backhand, not backhand, but like the full logic around the quiz is based on the fact that you have 25 question maximum, which is basically 25 entries for a dictionary, which makes more sense. But I feel like if I increase the number of like questions per quiz, I don't know how much I could put in. Like maybe 35 and 50, but then I don't have enough space to define like how much you want. It's weird. I'm debating, and that's the thing. But yeah, that's how you make money in a free app. You basically ensure that people have or pay for a monthly thing, which right now, as I can see, I'm currently set to free, but I'm not set to free here. Like right now, it didn't reset myself. God damn it. That's bad. If I make a mistake, I get that, which is wrong, because I should have like the top thing is the infinite lives stuff. Yeah, I sell the info, but I don't have any information. Like as said, there is no data that is taken or that is coming out of the app. Neither there is data that is coming in the app, to be honest. Like there's nothing. There is no data, no information about the user, about the tracking, about anything. The only thing that I have is my sales reports, and that's it, which is not enough to sell. But yeah, so that's the how. That needs to be resetted. I see. Huh. Well, it works here, but it doesn't work here. Huh. I need to fix that. Cool. Good to know. Thank you for pointing me into the free thing. But yeah, that's the payment stuff.
Jihuzaye is now following.
Sayu? I guess Sayu. Or Shu. I don't know. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. I guess Shu could work, but not entirely. Sure. ZHI. I could. I can't. I don't know how to pronounce your name. My apologies. And the other thing to buy stuff or to make money is the coins. Like if you are in the free tier, you can buy coins, which are way cheaper than the monthly subscription. And you need coins to, like if you make mistakes, you will have, like let's make a mistake here. This is a big ass mistake. You will have like less lives available, and therefore you can buy more lives. So I can just use my coins right there, and that's the plan of how I can make money. And then when I run out of coins, which for me specifically can't happen because I have my ways, you know, the monthly is way cheaper than buying coins. Yes, that is the plan. As always, like the free plan is way cheaper than everything. That makes sense. The monthly plan is 800 yen, which is not much, but it's about $7 a month in dollars. The yearly is 800 or 8,000, which basically means that you have 2 months for free, roughly. Not entirely, but kind of. And then the lifetime is expensive, but you get access to everything. So when I add like dictionaries like I already have, you get access to them by default. You have access to all of the dictionary immediately. If there is a new one, it's just unlocked by default, like all that. And this is like 200, yeah, roughly $200. And it's a one-time payment. And if you decided to do that, then that's the thing. And there will be more stuff coming into the lifetime payment or the lifetime users compared to others. But yeah, that's how you make money with a free app. You reduce or limit the amount of interactions and activity that the user can have in the free version, and then you unlock things. So for me, it's this. Like if I make too many mistakes, I'm getting, or I should get that. That's weird. Yeah, there's an issue with the lives. Right, I'm getting this, which is a frustrating panel, which tells me, well, you run out of lives, you need to buy more lives, or you can just unlock with the subscription. And if you say, well, I'm going to buy some lives, I can just continue playing and practicing and making mistakes and all that. Be good. And so that's not frustration, but that block in the experience is basically what I hope could push users to like upgrade, but it's not what I want. I know. It sounds weird. Right there, for example, I think I made a mistake. I forgot. Let's say I'm making a perfect quiz. So I'm going to do my best on this. If you do a perfect quiz, I give you back a life. Like I'm telling you, well, you did good. You learned and you practiced perfectly a quiz. Here is a free life so that you don't have to pay coins again. The thing is, if you have all of your lives and you do a free, or not a free, but a perfect quiz again, this is what I'm going to attempt to do again. I'm giving you a coin as a reward because, like, right, I can't just reward you when you do a perfect quiz and you don't have lives anymore. Like it needs to be a reward that makes sense in time. So now you have like one coin. And so that's basically why I have so many. Because I've been testing the app and making sure that I have perfect quiz, unperfect quiz, losing a life in the second question and perfect everything else, like losing spaced specifically, like one good, two wrong, one good, one wrong, by again lives, all of that, like testing. And at the end of the day, I kind of know all the questions, which is really bad. But yeah, Apple takes too much. But yeah, they take like 30%. Yes, they take 30%. And then my government takes 25% of what's left. So yeah, I'm not making much. That's the reality of things. But I could. Yeah, 45% earned ish. There is a cap, I think. Yes, there is a reduction of the amount that Apple is taking if I'm bringing enough revenue to Apple. I think the revenue cap is decreased from 30% to 20% or 15 after a year when I'm making a very specific amount of money per year or per month. I forgot. don't know, and I don't make that money yet. So, you know. But yeah, that's a thing, apparently. There is a reduction at some point. That smoke, it's crazy. Give me a second. I need to check something. The whole hallway is like as if there was a fire in the hallway. That is crazy. It's just so weird. As a smell, there is no flames, which is good, which is what I checked. But it's weird. Yeah, maybe. Just my flat. The thing is, the only people that have made renovation and that potentially have renovated the chimney are the one that are underneath me. And if they did that, and there is smoke coming out of the chimney, it should go through my chimney, which is right there. And I should have like smoke or the smell in my room and not just in the staircase. So it's weird. That's why it's weird. So maybe it's someone else, and because the window in the staircase is open and there is a fire downstairs outside. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. But yeah. So going back to what I was saying, having a free app and making money, that's the first thing. You have like things that you can buy inside of the app. The other thing that we kind of talked about on stream at some point is I'm in discussion or in chats with my Japanese school to see if we could have like a dictionary or a thing that people could have, and the teacher would say, well, you need to have completed the hiragana section by the end of the semester, and therefore they will just practice this, and at the end of the semester they would need to have all of these tiles lit up, like not like this, but like as lit up as possible, and then you would have the progress in the profile that says, well, that person has like 100% of kana mastered, and therefore they could pass or they could just check something. That's a thing. And in order to do that, right, I could say, well, the student would have to enter like a code in the app, but the school would compensate me, kinda, saying, well, this is a partnership, so you pay me to use the app, and as long as you pay me, you can use the app, that's fine. But then as soon as you don't, the student would lose access to the free tier things or whatever. I don't know if we have like a specific dictionary, stuff like that. But yeah. Today when I had the guy come over to install the new water heater, apparently the water heater was bundled with a new shower head. Interesting. Drilled into my wall, went to the bathroom, and it was about 3 feet below the top of your head. I see. Well, that's how can I say? That's an issue with the location in which you are. I think you're probably the tallest people that they've seen in years. Again, when I go to Japan, I am slightly above the median. Like I am with the flow of everyone. Everyone is kind of the same height as me. Um, yeah, no, they are, but it's like few giants, not like Stoney's place where everyone is just. I'm sure if I go into um, the Netherlands, I'm just at dig height everywhere. That's the thing that makes Wakon good timing to enter. Ah, a place where I don't know what's next. It's in UX or UI. Well, depends on what you like the most, as Chris asked. But Danny, hi, welcome in. The Netherlands is land. Everyone is taller than me. I mean, everyone is taller than me, as a general thing. But in the Netherlands, everyone is taller than me, and therefore, if I went there for vacation, I would probably be at dick height from everyone, just because I'm tiny. You know that. Yeah, we are the same size. I'm 169. But yeah. So to answer the question, Mix, the UI side of things is gonna be replaced-ish. Not soon, but soon-ish. As in the next 5 years, there will be like entry-level designer are just non-existent. But UX is a bit more complex, and there are things that how can I say that in a way that makes sense and that matches. In the current state of things, the job market in the jobs that are not impacted by AI that much, UI and UX designers are not that impacted yet. And the UX UI designer job is in demand. Like that's a job that some companies are looking for because it can't be replaced just yet. Will be, not just yet. That's the first thing. The second thing is, depending on your views on the technology and the progress of the industry in the next 10 years, we may have to shift again. And what I mean by that is that when we had no website, and that didn't really exist, it existed, but that wasn't like everyone has a website, everyone has a presence on the internet. People were relying on books and flyers and things that are printed, and then the internet arrived, people went in, and then the print industry kind of disappeared. It's still there, but it's mostly for books. But we have way less flyers, way less business cards. We still have a ton of them, but like in comparison to like the 2000s, way less. And there might be a time where, yes, Stoney shipped the app. That's what happened. There might be a time soon-ish where the current medium that we are using, as in phones, computers, screens, disappear or is replaced by something different. And in that case, UI and UX designers might need to be rethought as different types of jobs. But mostly the UX designer, which is like defining the experience of the user, is going to be the most transferable skill compared to the UI designer. The UI designer may need to just rethink everything and rework the new tools and relearn all of the principles that they had because it's like a new medium and things don't work the same way. But a UX designer is just like, well, ensuring that the experience of the user kind of works. Therefore, the principle you have learned about ensuring that the user doesn't have too many steps to achieve the goals that you want them to achieve, all of that is like conceptual and not tangible. Therefore, more words maintainable in time, survivable in time. I don't know. It could remain untouched for a while before it is replaced because that, right? So that's the first thing. That's the change of technology and the change or progress on things that were used and are changed, and therefore there is like a need for a shift in the user or in the job perspective. That's the first thing. The second thing is to take that same analogy. When we had flyers, we didn't really have domain names. And then now we all need a domain name to have a presence on the internet. If something else come up and there is a fully like civilization-wide shift of technology over the course of 20 years, for example, which is basically what we had with the internet, the job in question that you're doing today might not exist at all. Like maybe a UX designer is not necessary because the experience of the user is tailored to the user by the user through the user brain, and therefore having a UX designer makes absolutely no sense. I'm in the hypothetical right there, but that's the thing that can happen if we have something as complex as, I'm going to take the existing tech of today as an example, Neuralink to communicate with Apple Vision Pro, whichever glasses that can send things to your brain or to your eyes and then Neuralink to your brain, whatever. The UX is defined by your brain. So if your brain is in shambles, then the UX is in shambles. If your brain is tidy up, your experience is tidy and it's fine. But that's defined by the user. And therefore, having a UX designer will make no difference because at the end of the day, the thing that is sent to the user is going to be interpreted by the user through their brain and their understanding. That's it. So your job as a UX designer doesn't exist. This is a hypothetical that is unlikely to happen. But again, over the course of 20 years, things can change drastically when you see 2000 compared to 2025, like 25 years, then. 3D design for AR, I think, already exists. And I don't think I mean, that's a bias on my side. That is, yes, that is a high bias on my side. Maybe. I guess, yeah. I guess if AR, which I think is what we are going toward, personally speaking, website needs to be in the environment. And how do they work? And I think AR is the only virtual reality option. Like fully immersed virtual reality will not really exist because you can black out the actual reality. So you will augment um, like the reality around you to block out the rest through the AR, which is the augmented reality. Like you basically place a curtain past a certain point in your augmented reality, therefore you are in virtual reality, but it's not a, a, a VR only headset. Or again, contact lenses. 2007 Sony patent. Contact lenses. That exists. Yeah. I don't think Apple Vision Pro as we see it right now is going to be pushed, or not as fast as the iPhone or the Mac. I think it's going to take more time for them to do stuff. But they have done software updates. They have done really good and impressive software updates since the launch. And remember that not every country have access to it yet. So until that happens, it will take more time. Yes. And Chris, yes, Altered Carbon is what you're talking about as the TV show, and that's basically the direction in which I see things going. Personally speaking, not the sleeve thing, even though that could be fun, but you know, the AR thing, yes, 100%. In the strategy side, that could be a good thing, yes, Mix. That is a fair point. The thing is, again, I'm breaking everything in my head right now to have like a bit of a plane. But if the user define everything for themselves and they own what they see and they own, like, the only thing that you can do as a company is create products that the user want to use. The strategy itself is going to be in the creation. So yeah, I mean, again, extreme biases on my side. I want us to go through Star Trek directory or Star Trek direction in terms of civilization rather than any other thing. As in, we fix each and every problem that we currently have as a society of human, and then the only thing that's left for us is explore outside of the Earth, because Earth is fine. Like, we can be good. But yes, Chris, I do agree that we are mostly going into a Dune directory rather than Star Trek sites. Yes. I don't think lightsabers are anything practical. I think they are the dumbest shit that can have been like in existence as a weapon. I get it. I get it. Right? Star Trek is basically medieval fantasy and then sci-fi. That's it. So of course you have swords and armor and yeah, things. But Um, there is one, and obviously when I'm looking at it, I don't remember the name. I remember that the fucking cover is yellow. And I forgot the name. If I find it again, I will send it to you. Um, there is one which is basically design strategy, like specifically design strategy. So it's creative strategy, which I think is more interesting. Going back to my analogy of Star Trek specifically, the reason why I like it is because it basically say we have like income, we don't need currency anymore, like everything is taken care of, there is enough for everyone, everything is fine, everything is covered, and therefore the only thing that needs to happen is creative work. So humans, which are weirdly creative for some reason, most people are creative, and they tend to go into creative fields when they have the ability to expand. The best example is when you look at rich kids, like really rich families. The kids don't really need a job, and most of the time what they do is they go into creative fields, as in cinema, TV shows, music, painting, other activities that are pretty creative, but they rarely go do a 9 to 5, right? Or they rarely go, if not ever, become an accountant. That I don't, I don't see that. Anyways, so with that in mind, most people are going to be doing some creative work as soon as we are offsetting in that hypothetical Star Trek version of things. That is why I'm thinking like strategy and creative work is a good idea rather than strategy for like business. I think the latest new Star Trek was pretty good as well. The Kelpian was amazing as an actor, but also as prosthetic, and VFX were really good. Um, how do you think about the value of design in concern to the society and world, and how to think it's appreciated? I don't think it's appreciated. I don't think the value of design is appreciated in any shape or form. It is only criticized, criticized. It is only criticized when it's bad. You don't hear people say, when I'm saying people, I'm saying people that are not in the design industry, like regular people. You don't hear them say, "Oh, that was really well designed." You hear them say, "That fucking remote is pissing me off. That thing was really incomprehensible. Like I couldn't understand anything on that." But there has never been someone saying, "I didn't understand how the fucking Apple TV remote worked. There is 4 buttons. It's just volume up, volume down, move around. You good? We good. Cool." So that's the thing. Like it is the value of design is never appreciated. It is only criticized. So with that in mind, you can't really take it into consideration. You can only say, well, the complaint about our product are going down. That is how you can quantify the value. Let me read that message that I missed. I'm also gonna do that. Yeah, I don't know about the creativity being reduced. I think it's still there, it's just different. So there's that, right? The it's criticized. People think it's easy because they don't think about it. And again, this is for people, which is like the wide range of people that don't know anything about design. So you, as someone in the company, you need to be ready to be criticized for everything, and then you need to be able to explain why you made these decisions. Like, the best example that I have is, why the fuck did I do that? Like, why did I decide to have a curved bottom navigation? Makes no sense. It's not necessarily good design, but it's not bad design either. And so I needed to be like ready to explain, well, this is to have something that changes. That's it. And people remember it. It's a point that has been pretty appreciated, and it doesn't change to the usual pattern. Like, most people understand that there is a tab bar at the bottom, and instead of having something that is very flat, like everyone else, it has a bit of a curve that better match the phone. And it goes above the control center, like the control center bar. That's it. That's all it does. It's just a design decision, but it has nothing, like in terms of positive impact, other than people kind of like it, and people kind of say, this is creative, this is new, this changes, this stands out. But again, most of the people that I see and that have seen this are designers. So I don't really have feedbacks from non-designers, and maybe non-designers don't like it at all, and I don't know. I can't know. But yeah, so with that, let me go back to that message because that was pretty good. The value of design and concern of the society of and world on how to think it's appreciated. Yeah, no, that's there. Yeah, that's about it. Because everyone is. It's, again, everyone is a designer, and not can be. Is. There is a different ladder of skills, and you are a bad designer, but you are still a designer. When you decided to write something on a piece of paper, you designed it with your knowledge of how to write. And maybe your writing is shit, maybe it's good, I don't know. But that's, you design something. So there is that. Everyone is a designer, as in everyone is a software designer? Nah, that's not a thing. Like, that can't be true, for starter. And there is so much to understand to be a passable good designer that most people don't understand. Again, so everyone is an artist, yes, 100%. 100%. I love, I'm using Pollock every time because it's just the easier, for me, easiest shit to shit on, or not. But when you look at these, specifically this one, because this is one of the most known one, Some people on one side will say that this is amazing, this is art, this has energy, this is really good, and some people on the other side will say, well, this is shit, I can do that in my sleep. um, and then they go and they do that in their sleep, and then somehow they sell their painting and they make a living for it, and then they go on the other side. So the main difference in between the two camp, specifically this one that is unsure if it's feasible or not feasible, is at some point they decided to do something, and decided to create. And when they started creating, things went well. So that's a thing. But also, my point there is artist, and everyone is an artist, is extremely subjective, because something that someone does might not be to your taste, but might be to mine. Something that someone else does might be not to my taste, but to your taste. Yes. So someone creates something that is a creative, and then someone spend time to learn a craft and then create something that is artistry. And again, I know that some people don't like to say that, but dev are artists to their own tools, and designers as well. And it's just like the amount of craft you have is kind of linked to the amount of skills you have. Not every time. Like, there are people that have been working in the same industry for a certain amount of years and it's still shit. And that can be like building a car, that can be devs, that can be designers, that can be whatever. But most of the time, the amount of years or the amount of time you spent learning and like making sure that you have like better and better skills, the better your output is, and the better skill you have, the more artistic you can be, because you can be more creative. Like, you have the ability to think in a way that makes your content more creative. So that's the thing. Chris, the how to develop taste and how to touch the taste of someone else, that is different, but it's also kind of batch with what Denny said of we also learned about history that something might look shit today might be considered or look breathtaking later on. As in, maybe when the Gothic cathedrals were built, they were like, everyone thought that it was like too much. I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, I'm old, but not that old. Maybe people thought like it was too much, and it was like, oh, it's just ego trips and everything. And then nowadays we're like, fuck me, that's amazing. I don't know. That's a thing. Um, and Chris, that is pretty good. Dinosaurs are one of the traits, yes. One of the many traits people have associated with the spectrum, yes, 100%. But how to not create, but like you said, I'm going to use your word, just to develop. How to develop taste. You need inspiration, and you need to look at as many things as possible, which means you go on the internet, which is a good library of stuff, but you also go outside, and maybe you will see things that you like, and you will see things that you don't like. And when I'm saying things, it's not like a design. I mean, everything is designed, but it's not like an obviously designed stuff. As in, maybe you saw, I'm gonna say something weird, the leaf of a specific type of tree that grows around where you live, and you like the pattern of the leaf. And then you study that leaf. And then maybe you implement that pattern in a design that you're creating, or in an art poster thing that you're creating. That's how you can integrate your taste of thing that you like into creation. And then how to touch the taste of others, you cannot. You absolutely can't touch the taste of others, and you shouldn't aim at touching, like, being liked by others or creating something that is aligned with the taste of others. You should create something that aligns with your taste, artistically speaking, and then the people that are liking it will come. I'm looking at this because that's the only thing that I have in front of me, but this is a game, or yeah, Games Workshop tape measure, which is used for, well, D&D and other things. And the design of it is kind of, it's a tape measure, right? We're good, we're fine. The only thing that is good is that it has inches and feet and centimeters on it, so that, because Warhammer is in inches, it works. But it's like kind of rudimentary, not that interesting. It works, it does the job, we're good. Cool. Inspiration level there, and taste level, probably a 3 out of 10, right? It works. And then you have this. This is temple thermometers by WeThings. That is basically something that you put on your forehead and it gives you your temperature. It has a screen that works like this. It just has like a bit of an LED thing that capture. And then right now it says retry because I made a mistake, whatever. But that is on the taste and design side of things for me. This is mostly like a 9 out of 10. It's really good. It's simple. It works. It does the job. The color is fine. I'm fine with white, white and green, but it is much better than the tape measure. And so me having the ability to know that this design specifically is to my taste is because I have seen many things before that are to my taste. But then I'm seeing this and I'm like, yeah, cool, that align with the rest of my stuff that I do like. Maybe you saw it and you're like, you know, what the fuck is that shit? That makes no sense. That shouldn't work. That doesn't make any sense. And that's your taste. So that's the thing. Going outside, you know, is a good thing, but also going inside and going on the internet is pretty good. Pinterest, again, really good. The new app that we were talking about earlier, the Chinese one, really good for that as well, because it's just it's Pinterest with Instagram and it has a lot of things, but it's also very much girly and like nails and flowers and things. But yeah. How do you approach designing a crypto wallet that allows boomers to feel comfortable and confident in the industry? Most secure wallets at the moment are difficult even for younglings without losing all their stash, getting high anxiety. I would go into the direction of Nexo, rebrand. Nexo just did a rebrand, which is this. And it has such a boomer feel of, oh, we want to appeal like more high end, more executive as this bitch right there. Very minimalistic, very minimal, very secure overall. That was the goal of that rebrand. But that's the feel. There is some sort of yeah, luxury feel to it, right? I mean that old ass guy seems AI, but I think it's not. Like I think most of these are pretty fine, but I don't really know. Like there is a treatment on the images, yes. The thing that I kind of want to showcase is I want to know if I have like the previous version. I doubt it. And gonna go there. We are going to go there. Oh, has been excluded. Oh, for fuck's sake. We're not gonna go there. Oh. God damn it. That's the previous logo. That's the previous vibe that we had. So we went from this, which was already a redesign of their initial Nexo logo thing, to this. You can feel the luxury, the security, the safety, the banking behind it just by the simplicity of that logo. Like I don't need to explain more. Like that's a fun thing that you can use, and it's crypto, and it's fun, it's new, and it's hype. That's just yeah. We are an institution. We've been there for years. There is that feel around it. So I feel like for you, going into luxury design, kind of inspiration for the look is going to be pretty good. Nexo is a good base for that, but I think luxury branding, luxury branding might be a good element to search for in terms of how has it been put in place, what are the specifics, like of how it's built, all that. But yeah, it is a niche creating luxury website. It's not really a niche. It's one that can pay well. Because the luxury industry has money most of the time. And the association of luxury implies money again. And therefore, if you're building a website for a brand that wants to have a luxury kind of vibe, you can ask them, or you can charge them more, because the output or the perceived output of the brand after that is going to be higher. So with the challenges of how wallets work, though, how would you approach that with long address strings, QR codes? I think ENS. God damn it, that's not the right thing. I check like this. Either ETH, but you know, like that's basically how I would manage this. As in, when you create an account, you basically pay a subscription to get your own name or your own domain name, which is basically, like, for me, it's aoi.eth for my Ethereum wallet. And so if you want to send me something to aoi.eth, well, it goes to me, and that's on me. You know. So instead of having this like kind of interface and having like all of these weird ass thing, you have the simplicity of having a domain name based on you. So that's one thing. But I think, yeah, a username that can be tracked and can be used cross-platform is basically what you need as, yeah, a crypto email. Yeah. Like, basically like a URL. Like the crypto wallet that you have is a string of character 36, if I remember, 26 or 36, I forgot. And then it just works. Like, that's the string that you need to have. It's just a URL to send you money stuff. So it's, I mean, username is the easiest thing for the user to remember, because most of the time they are going to use something that is tied to them. And for boomers, it's going to be a bit more complicated. But, you know, you probably already have a name tag on Facebook. Might be yours, like your name, that's in, as a boomer. But you could create a new one. And I think, yeah. Is it better to have a scrolling ribbon of photos on your homepage? You mean like this? That's what you're talking about? Everything like this? That's fine. So there is a ton of options though. There is a ton of things that you can do to make it less boring than what I have done here. And that's on you to build. But yeah, it's not an issue to have like a carousel / ribbon of pictures. Specifically if it's pictures of things that you have built or pictures that you have taken. Kind of good. Going back to the crypto thing though, the like domain name / username is going to be pretty useful and pretty much the best option because it's simplified everything. Having a QR code is good-ish, as some people don't know how to use QR code still. Like, using a camera is hard. So taking that into consideration, having just a string of text that could be a URL or a name that you decide to choose for yourself, if it's available, then that should be pretty good. I'm looking for a very specific person that is doing some crypto related content, as in transaction and things. And they have like pretty good overall design. So they may have stuff in there. But I can't find it. obviously. And Stony, I kept this one for you. I don't know if you're still in this world. I doubt it. But this is fun. It doesn't work with your um, player because it can't work. But physically speaking, it's pretty cool. No, I'm not saying that it can't work as in you don't have the skills. I'm saying it can't work because it has nothing. It has no player controls or anything. It just has the cover and the names, and that's it. Like it's just play pose. You can't move forward, move back, all that. Zinka, hi, welcome back. Welcome on in as well, but you welcome on in and. There. So if you want to check it out, it's there. It's cool. It's simple. But I kept that. Oh, can I find the thing? Again, for your logo from last time. That. These things are coming back so much. I know. I said that. But like these styles is coming back slowly. And so for the big oink thing logo, I feel like this would match better. I don't know why. But you know that. Also, that Japan map from earlier was kind of crazy. Can I find the thing? Do you know anything of electrolytes? I've tried tracking them in the app and they seem low by the end of the day. Drink water? That's usually enough. And just like eat nutrition dense food. You should be good.
Manbraveg just resubscribed for 10 months. Oi.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub for 10 months. I appreciate that. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? You should start salting food. Yes, 100%. Yes. Have some things. Also, this has been amazing. This has been an amazing thing. Top tier content. That just because Pornhub gives you more money per 1,000 or per million views. This is an estimate, obviously, but yeah. I can't find the thing in question. Yeah. I mean, I have been saying that. There was a... Gotta go back here. There was a cam girl, specifically, that I was following. Cat with a K, not a C. That is really good. And really friendly, really fun, really active in the cam activities, if you know what I mean. But also, she liked games. And streaming on Twitch made no sense because well, she made way less than when she was cam girling. And so what she did was having a toy and a gameplay at the same time, and having the toy kind of linked to the game, but the chat. And so when bits came in, the toy happened, which is kind of fun when you need to be in a reflex-based gameplay, and then the toy happened and the reflex is to do something else. That, you know, Um, that's the thing. I mean, again, you probably don't see them. I see these toyed, non-toyed but still toyed, cam girl on other platforms. Um, Not on Twitch. Twitch is not allowing it. Like if there is an ounce of it feels like it, does it work? But on TikTok there is plenty. On Instagram there is a lot as well. Like all of that. So that girl specifically decided to stream games on cam websites, and I think she still does. And she can be topless. She can have the viewers undress her, like one item at a time based on the amount of thing that they pay for, because that's what cam girls do. And it just works. So, you know. So, that. Anyways, going back there. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah. The amount of money that these girls on TikTok are making is crazy. The cost of the face filters that are shown on stream for like 15 seconds is like so expensive compared to what it is. And with these girls being like a bit more on the adventurous side of things, yeah, it's fun. I hate it though. I don't know what it's doing on TikTok. It should be somewhere else, but you know, dang. I can't find the thing. Because that's, I was looking for the thing, and I can't find the thing. This is also like a UX based for like toolkit for on chain. So that the thing that I shared at the beginning of the stream, being like blockchain related stuff, and it has this kind of friendly feel. So yeah, drinking 2 liters of water. It's not a good idea. Not right when you wake up. It depends on your body comp. It depends on your size. It depends on a lot of things. And the main issue that we have seen lately, I'm air quoting this with the we, but the main issue that we have seen lately is that people have been recommended to drink way more water, and they are hyperhydrated, which is way too much than what they need to have. But yeah, it depends on your habit, body comps, all that. But drinking water when you wake up is usually to fill yourself, to not eat as much. But it's better to have like fat and protein in the morning than cereals and milk. So yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, Chris, other than that, going back to that question, other than that of kind of have the username as the main handle to make sure that people can send money to people, that could work. One of the thing that I do like about the wallet string key thing is that you can't really, I mean, you could, but you can't really fake it. And it's limited to numbers and letters. I think. I forgot. Just numbers. I think you have the X in the beginning, but that's about it. Nonetheless, doesn't change shit. If you look at the fake accounts on Instagram or on any other platforms, if you use like handles for that, it's gonna end up being the exact same thing. So you will have some scam happening and some like people saying, "Oh yeah, I'm that person," and it's just instead of having like an L, it's a capital I with the font that you have chosen, so that they really look the same, all of that. So you sound white, Nelly, as if you are using no spice, and now you need to start using spice, and spice is gonna be salt. Eh, so the usual thing is you have like the salt on your food, but also don't oversalt your food for sure. You can have salt on your in your water. It's just weird. And electrolyte water or electrolyte drinks, as in Powerhead, I think Powerhead, and other things, is like don't take too much. I mean, if you oversalt your food, maybe you can put other things in there, like sauce or other things. Well, is it really rigged today again? I guess it is. Um, oh, that's good. Not rigged. Um, I mean, magnesium is necessary for your brain to function properly. Um, zinc is pretty good as well, but it depends on you. You can go do some blood test to make sure that you don't over compensate for something that you don't need. Like there is a lot of people, for example, in the US that are said to be vitamin D deficient, and some of them are not. But then in France, for example, the south of France, not really. North of France, kinda vitamin D deficient, but it depends on you, depends on how much sun you can get, it depends on your routine, what you eat, all of that. So these electrolyte being like salt and magnesium and other things, um, it, that is based on you. Um, like just make sure that you drink enough water to refill yourself because your body is just 70% water, kinda roughly. So you need water. And my usual thing is that I have like these ones are 700 milliliters, so it's not even 1 liter, and I'm getting 2.5 a day, maybe. So I'm close to 2 liters of water per day. But there are days where I'm getting just one and I'm fine. There are days where I'm getting three because I eat like fries and it's salty. So it depends. One of the things that I found really useful was having it next to me because for a long time I didn't. I didn't really have water, um, like reachable water, and I really didn't drink. And then lunchtime, uh, decided to say, oh, you know what? I gotta drink something because I didn't drink a single like drop of water since 7 this morning. And so yeah, that happened. So now having it here is pretty good for me, at least, to have access to it. I hate sparkling water. I hate it. Sparkling is just weird. To me, sparkling is just weird. Uh, but I have this brand that has been sending me ads like this one for a while, and it looks interesting. I think it's bullshit, but you know, um, I feel like these are things that can be used. I don't trust any of these pictures. I think these are just like the thing that you receive. You receive your pack, and then in the pack they say if you like if you post about us on social media, we will give you like 50% off on your next order. So they do that type of stuff. So there are like a ton of drinks things. So Bright is one. I do like cans. I think that's it. I do like cans. Cans are fun. I like these. Whichever they are. I mean, maybe not this one, but if you like canned drink, Bright is pretty good for that. It's just that these are the small cans, and I don't like that. You also have these, which, right? Same thing. These are electrolytes for the day, which contains most of the things that you need. Not necessarily like a recommendation, but you know, Element is pretty good overall in terms of content. I personally, again, I mean that's entirely a me thing. But the energy drinks that I drink, these ones, are way much better for me on the daily basis than Monsters. Monsters are good because they are like 0 calorie and all that. These ones are much better for me because they just work. To me, again, that's the me thing. Not much. They don't really have sodium. I mean, as here stated, what? These are electrolyte based things. You have potassium, you have vitamin D, vitamin B6 on some of them, and Gatorade as a lot. The other one that is currently in the kind of thing, this bitch from the Pulse Brothers, which I wouldn't recommend just because it's coming from a dickhead. Other than that, if you like it, you like it. I don't care. But you know, it's the same thing. For me, when I was in Japan, I was drinking not this one, but kind of not this one, but it's kind of the same thing. This is like some sort of a electrolyte based drink with a bit of a orange-ish flavor. It's a bit salty, and I don't like it. But yeah. That's the one that I use most days. You saw me drink that on stream. I'm drinking water if I'm not drinking like a Monster or something. Like that's usually where I stand. But yeah, like that's what I had, and this is basically the same thing. It is. I don't know if I would have like the ingredients, which wouldn't help you to know what's in there. But it's a low calorie type of thing, and it has arginine, isoronine, 로이성, 胡椒じゃない. Doesn't have salt. Interesting. So yeah, it's the same thing. It doesn't really have a ton of bad stuff in there, but yeah, it's an electrolyte drink, electrolyte based thing. So again, elements that I shared earlier is pretty good for that, to ensure that you have your element, your electrolytes in your drinks. It's pretty good. There is the other one that is AG1, but it's also the same thing. I don't really know if I could recommend it. We talked about it before. Like they have like this new branding and all that I kind of like, because it's good branding designer wise. I like it. I almost got branded, but it's an interesting thing. Yeah, so if you put it in a glass of water, Chris, and you don't know what it is, and you drink it, it will be fine. And then you can drink from the bottle. But it doesn't taste like sweat. But it does taste salty. Yes, I agree. I agree. Pocari Sweat, no, it's kind of salt plus orange, lemon, weird. Yeah, anise, star anise type of thing. But yeah, look, AG1, another option. It is. I don't know you were into that, Chris. I don't know you were into Camel's ass. I mean, you do whatever you want, but you know, careful. That's some of the thing that people are recommending to replace coffee or replace other things. Potentially, it also contains like the thing that you need, and the electrolytes and all of the vitamins and shit you need in your daily life. This is, again, this is I'm gonna attempt to phrase that properly. This is a very American based company, even though the website I shared is the English Europe version. The formulation inside of it is mostly American, meaning that there is a lot of different vitamins and like electrolytes in there that are not necessary for you as someone that is having a different diet and a different place of living or residence. However, if you change country, Denny, and you go into the cold, that could be pretty much appreciated. But yeah, same shit. Okay, same shit. at the end of the day, it is the same. You have that, and then if you just think about it, or if you are interested in any of these products, do not buy them right then and there. Go on YouTube, look for whoever influencer that exists, that is a fitness influencer, and just look at the description. There is probably a discount code for AG1, Element, Bright, whatever. That is probably an option. So yeah, that will always be my recommendation. Look at YouTube first before you buy anything. I guess, yeah. Yeah, there is a lot of really good recommendation of elements. The main thing that I like about it, like, is that it is in packs. It is in small packs, like the packs of sugar you have with a coffee in Italy, for example, or in France specifically. And Italy, not really, but you know that the kind of thing that look like this, which is not that, but dang it. That is really good because you can have one in your pocket, you can have one in your bag, you can have one in your car, wherever, and therefore it's just always there. And the fact that they have like different flavors is a good thing. The on my side, Bright, La Croix, which is another one kind of similar but nootropic is different. C4 for me. These are flavor-wise more interesting, but might not necessarily be for you for the thing that you are trying to achieve. And therefore, Element is pretty good for that goal of electrolyte specifically. Again, electrolyte is good for you, but it is not necessary if you have a good eating habit. Like if you eat stuff and it's good and it's satiating, satiating, and you don't feel bad afterward, and you don't have heartburns, and you're good, you don't necessarily need them. It's a good supplement, but it's not necessary. So I would highly recommend you to do like some blood work to check and see, well, I'm deficient in this vitamin, but the rest is really good. Therefore, you don't need to go into like, I need to have some electrolytes to up my magnesium. Maybe your magnesium levels are above the norm and you don't know that. And you don't need to supplement because that's what creating an unbalance, and therefore you will end up with a greater imbalance if you supplement for it without knowing that you need to not do that, you know? Um, so I don't know. I don't know. But I guess for the electrolyte thing, that would be the best recommendation. Do some checks, blood work, and ensure that everything is fine. And then once you know what you need, then you're good. Take advantage of the place you're in. Like for me right now, I'm doing a Monster or a C4 for breakfast. I don't have breakfast. I don't have dinner either. So my lunch today was some white fish with some potatoes, green beans, mushrooms, pink monster, and a lemon cake. That's it. So if I have my C4 in the morning, I have my C4 in the morning. If I don't, I don't. Like today, I didn't. That's why I have a headache. No. But usually in the morning, I just take some water. If that's all I have. And yeah, I don't eat most of the time. That's about it. And Chris, when we say dopamine detox, it's not like regular dopamine needs to go out of all your life. It's mostly the surge of dopamine that happens every 5 seconds when you're on the internet or when you're doing something. But you can have kids. I mean, you can't have kids. You have already too many. But you can have kids around and be good with that. That would be okay. That would be fine. That wouldn't really count as. I know. That's the issue. You have too many. Just wait for the first one to leave the house. And then maybe. So yeah. That's the main thing. You just need to lower the dopamine that happens. The thing is, the dopamine that you have when you are like creating something, writing code that you enjoy doing, for example, or watching a YouTube video, watching a movie, scrolling on TikTok. You don't have TikTok, but like all of these things are dopamine creating things. Some of them are voluntary creation, as in watching a movie is a voluntary creation of dopamine. Involuntary, meaning that you're writing code and it works. Dang, good, you know. Dang, that dopamine spike that is like, oh cool, it works. That's voluntary-ish, but it comes after something that you worked for, so it comes as a reward of the hard work, depending on how hard you worked. And so that doesn't really count. It does count, but not really, but kind of, but not really, you know. So, dang. I appreciate that. That's a good job on your side to achieve like this separation from vaping. That is really good. Oh, that's what happened. Vaping where you are seems to have been stronger than cigarettes. Have you tried what's the name of this thing? I forgot the name again. There is a new thing. New thing. It's been like 2 years. That is Fume. You've seen that? You've seen that go through on YouTube? There's a ton of YouTubers that are showing this as well. And bitch, get the fuck out of my way. And that has been seemingly interesting for like people like you that are interested in quitting vaping. This being like flavored air. But you got to hi, walk on in. You arrived late again. Um, that's a thing, and because it doesn't have like nicotine or anything, that could be pretty interesting on the content or the idea or all that. But you know, yeah, it's basically that. It's basically flavored drops, but for your. I thought we had some ass, but we don't. We don't. We have some pasks. God damn it. Um, so these could be interesting. The thing that I don't really like about it is that I don't like that. I don't like that. That price for air, I don't like that. I do like the fact that the fucking thing is a bit of a fidget spinner. It has a bit of a magnet. It has a ratchet inside of it, so you can just kind of play with it. That is good if you are someone who fidgets. And I do like their flavors, or like the flavors that they have. Not the grapefruit one, because grapefruit is just weird to me. I hate that. I have tested none of them, but I just know that grapefruit is just shit. So I don't like grapefruit. But all of that would be good, you know. And it looks pretty cool. It's simple and you know, that. I like that. You know, I hate grapefruits. You know why? If you need to add sugar for it to be good, it's bad in the first place. Yep. Yep. But yeah, these packs looks like something else. It reminds me of this. No. Like this is another thing for ravers and like people that take other things at raves. When you take some pills at raves, you get like a bit of a down curve of your, like, how can I say that, mood and other activities for the next 3 days. And these are pretty good for like, yep, take some pills to counter the pills. So that's basically like the dopamine crash that you have, because when you take some MDMA or other things, it blow out your dopamine production for the time that you have things, and then after that your dopamine gland is like, I can't do shit right now. So that is it's pretty good. I think I see. I think I tried them without taking the MDMA. MDMA drained everything. It's just serotonin, dopamine, everything. It's just bad. It's just bad. It's good in the instant, but it's just bad. Have a good rest of your time zone. See you soon. Take care of yourself. But yeah, these are fun pills. Fume is interesting. Then if you want to like try something else, it doesn't have any benefits. That's the thing that I'm like, I don't know. Like if it had benefits, if it had like I don't know, a cleansing thing or something else, then yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know that. But that's roughly it. I don't do calisthenic per se. I just have the pull-up bar set up for the for that. I think I don't. I mean, I was about to say think I, but no. That doesn't work. It's not what I'm looking for. God damn it. Yeah, that makes no sense. Oh no, it's not like you haven't been alive long enough, Lenny. There, that's what's happening right there. You don't know. So it's not like how in Europe sugary thing. It's they created like cereals and cornflakes and shit like this, and then they lobbied the entire world saying that breakfast was the most important meal of the day, that it's what starts your day, and that was an ad campaign for cornflakes that was sweet. And because we as humans love sugar, we tried it and we loved it because it was like, I'm looking forward for my breakfast because it's sugar and it's good. And that's the case in most countries that have been touched by the US and by the UK. And then that has like reflected. There are some countries that don't do that. Like in Asia, there is a lot of things where we don't really have sugar in the morning. I mean, we don't really have sugar. When I was in the hospital in Japan, I had traditional Japanese meals every like morning, lunch, dinner, and they are the same. They are composed of rice with either fish or meat or veggies or the three of them. And yeah, so yeah, so all of that, right? The it's basically like the creators of something that said, oh, we don't sell enough, therefore we need to create advertisements to sell more, and then they did, and it worked, and now people are figuring out that it was like an ad campaign, and they're trying to remove it. It's the same thing as the Michelin star for like restaurants. It French. We said we are creating tires. We can't sell tires, or at least not enough. So let's do a restaurant guides that will make sure that the people with their car are gonna go further out to try out food that is better, even though it wasn't. Like, it's just like bitch ass guide marketing that just wanted to have some food for free. Started to do like the Michelin star guide and then awarded stars to restaurants just so that people could just, oh, but we have that Michelin star thing on the side. Same thing. Like, nowadays the stars means a bit more because there's a lot more selection, but you have way better food in food trucks than in Michelin star restaurants 95% of the time. Just because it's better. Like, it's more filling. So, you know. That. Um and then yeah, I'm gonna remove one word from your previous message. Not the I knew it was a reference, but yeah. You can remove healthy from the sentence. The rest is good, but yeah. Sushi are not really healthy. Let me rephrase that. Sushi are not really healthy when you're eating them like we do. If you eat them like Japanese people do, which is like 4 occasions, you get like 8 of them. Um, but yeah, usually when you have sushis, you just take the whole plate and be good with it. But yeah, that's why it's not necessarily healthy. Also, there's a lot of balance in sushi. Um, that yeah, like if you go into the regular like these places, you will get one sushi at a time or 2 sushi at a time, usually just one. You may have 8 of them with different fish, different things on top, and it's prepared in front of you. You can ask what you want sometimes, but usually it's like they have a course meal that is defined and they create your plates or your sushi one at a time, and that's about it. And you get like 5 to 8 at least. And that's it. And you will be satiated, not full. You will eat again 3 hours later. But that's the thing. If you if you go to like that's a lot of AI related things. Um, if you go to an izakaya, which this is way too much. If you go to an izakaya, which is a Japanese tapas, usually people will have one plate of these. Maybe one plate of these. And probably some of that for like 2 people at a table. And that's their whole meal. The whole thing. They have one piece each. One, and then some of that. That's it. And they are like, it's a thing. They don't eat much. And you can see that. Like, there is a ton of places or pictures or things where in izakaya people are just eating so much little portions. The main thing is, specifically in Japan, I can't speak for everywhere in Asia, obviously, but in Japan, they eat often, like maybe every 3 hours, instead of us being like every 5 to 6. But they eat small portions, as in, I should stop doing that. Give me the shelf. Like, you would have these. Like, you would just have an onigiri for like 120 yen, which is like 80 cents in Europe, 75 now. And have a good rest of your night. Then you take care of yourself. And you have that in the morning, and then you have a second one maybe at lunchtime. Then you go in the izakaya at night with your boss, something. Or maybe you have a salad, and you could, the size of these salads and things are tiny. They're good. They're tiny. But you eat 3 times a day or 4 times a day. And so the sushi place, the fact that it's not that much is not that much of an issue, because you know you will eat something else later, or you know you have eaten something else before. And then yes, if you go to karaoke with your boss, you will drink something. Alcohol has a lot of calories as well, so that counts into sustenance, all that. So it's a lot of things. That is a lot of things. But yeah, in Japan they don't eat much. I know I have like some pictures you've seen in some TV shows, Japanese TV shows probably. 2 guys at a table just chatting, and there's like 2 yakitori on the table, 2 skewers of chicken that just doesn't get eaten. They're just there, and there is like one piece that goes out, and they keep chatting and all that. That's not a thing that happens with me. Like, I eat 5 plates, and then we move on. But yeah, they have customers every second. And also the cost of living is way lower. But also you had that you may have seen this. Maybe not. But that happened sometimes last year, I think, or I forget exactly where it is. But like, the shop caught fire, and people were still there, as in Yeah, no, we do like what you're doing, and that's how the restaurant survived because these people stay there, and when the shop had to close for renovation, uh, some of the people that were coming there often just came back, helped, and just had free ramen for like the day where they helped, and then you know, dang. So these things happen. It's kind of fun. So there is that, but there is also like izakaya specifically, which is like small portions of things. They have so many people coming in, and they probably have such margin on what they can do, as in a skewer of yakitori might cost them 5 yen and they sell it for 100, or they sell it for like 50 yen or something like this because they buy it in bulk. And so when you convert, you know how marketing works and margin works. So with that in mind, that's how they kind of survive overall. It's just they buy things in bulk and then they resell, which makes sense. You know, makes all sense to me. How's the logo going? By the way, I didn't ask. Logo and the rest of things. Fuck. Going good. You dropped 5 things in my DM. God damn it. It's interesting. Oh, sorry. That face wasn't for your stuff. That face was for Discord. Um, like, like that's the new interface. I wasn't expecting this to have changed, so now I need to press here to open in the browser, which is weird. Weird to me. And then you send that in. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. Details that are like me. Take that how you want. Get rid of that A right there. Get rid of that. Get it out. Replace it by D or nothing. This is a marketing thing, but if you tell me, oh, I'm a full stack JavaScript, like, you know, all that, what does that mean? That means that you are one of many, therefore I can find your skill somewhere else. As in, like, the helping designer, there is no one else that is the helping designer. That is me. Like, you could have the exact same tagline, but if you arrive on that page, the helping designer, that it's not like a helping designer, no, or her helping designer. It's the, that's the only one. So either the full stack JavaScript TypeScript developer from the Netherlands, that is pretty cool as a whole. But you know, that getting rid of it is just like full stack JavaScript developer Pretty good. Stony wants to go to sleep, which he can't, but doesn't want to go since I'm live. I think that's what happens. Um, so that's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, Long. Hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? Welcome back. Um, there is so much that scream I'm a dev, which is good. Um, I mean, blocks is fine. No issues there. The I mean, that's a personal issue. It is mostly like, oh yeah, I need a title. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, I need a body text. Cool. And what else can I do? I could have a date. I could have a date. Yes, you could have a date. Yes. And uh, well, they need to have a card because otherwise you don't know that it's the same thing. So I had a card, and you know, that's usually what happens. So in there's a ton of things that could be aligned and like simplified to help the user read the content and make sure that what they read is what you want them to read. Again, that's a me thing. I don't read stuff 99% of the time. So the personally speaking, I would use the ASCII text effect for hi in the background, like you did with the logo itself on some of the first thing that you shared, which I liked a lot. Which is just have the hi in the background in ASCII without being really visible, but still being there. And then you have I'm Jeroen, full stack developer from the Netherlands. I don't really give a shit what your specificity is in your header. And then connect with me on LinkedIn. Really? I don't know. You decide. Maybe. And then, same thing here. These are way too long for me to read. So if these are like blog posts, then that's fine. But if these are like projects, I don't know. The second thing that I have is that this one doesn't look anything like the other two because these are multiple links and these are two different posts, I think, from what I can read. So that is looking too close to these posts. And at first glance, I thought that these were, or that was another post option. So that needs a different design, specifically for the title, for the card, for everything, to ensure that people have that. Morton, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. I need to look at that. That is that. Thanks a lot for the bits. I appreciate it. But that, goddamn. So what I would do personally is having the other post being like a smaller font size because right now it matched the other title. being white as well, and then having the text here being like an opacity of like 20% lower, so something like 80% opacity in total or 60% opacity in total. And then same thing here. Maybe these ones could be 80 because they need to be a bit more visible than the text because they are titles. And then there I would have the connect with me on LinkedIn, same thing, 60% opacity. LinkedIn is an image though, so full brightness, I'm fine with that. More space in between the two. And that thing out and in. The other thing, dang. That's for the font. And then I have other thing to say with the buttons at the top, because these are looking like tags and not buttons. There was something earlier today. Did I like this? I may have. I didn't. I didn't like it. I saw it. I didn't. Yeah. I should have. I didn't. That's fine. Someone had an animation with slash, and I feel like, bitch, I feel like you could slash photography slash post slash project slash resume. Like this is such a dev way of working, but also it's that's gonna be the URL anyways. So I feel like this is an interesting thing as well. And you could just have the slash in color. Makes sense. Yeah. I know. You mean mode? As in dark mode, light mode? Ah, dang. Oh, you can't force your brain into design mode. I see. That's the file, right? I'm not gonna leak the content, but you know. You have that design somewhere, or is that is cute as fuck. Sorry, this is really cool. You know exactly what I'm looking at, but yeah, that. Yeah, you did code first. God damn it. So I don't have that personally. I would remove that. And then We can agree with that. You have done this, which I don't mind. You changed the font. I know. I could do that. Also, yes. Also, yes, TypeScript implies JavaScript, but also full stack implies full stack. As in, you can do all things, front end, back end, security things. And if you're a dev and you have the amount of experience that you have, I would expect from you the ability to adapt and potentially know some tech. So, yeah. Dang. You made a component for the header. God damn it. Good job. Oh. Oh. Oh, you did that. That's crazy. I am fucking with you. Don't worry about it. Cool. Good. Hey, that is a good habit to take. I will say that. I will say that. Shit. Me and my brain. Uh, uh, shit. Force of habit. So what I would do here, I don't know if I would keep the fade because it basically do like a V. And I'm unsure about that. But what I would do is right now you may be on the home. So you would have something like home here because it's slash home. That's where we are. And then you have these things instead of being like the pink that you currently have. I would have that like a probably white and probably somehow these things at like 60% to still be there. But the one that is highlighted is the one that you are on. So you're on home, yes. And then you move into photography and that highlights. If your goal is to not have pages, but have anchors across the website, meaning that if you click on photography, it will scroll down to photography right here. Then these, instead of being like that, it needs to be some sort of a hashtag pound sign thing. that could be based on this icon. It's not a bad idea, not a good idea either, but it's not a bad idea. So if you have something like this, what? You have separated pages. Let me just do the hashtag just in case. Just in case. I want to see. I want to see. Uh, you know what? That's a nice H. I don't know. Nonetheless. If you have pages, right, that could be a very simple thing to have. You could also have the selector, like the slash, to navigate through. So instead of having like these in white, you could 100% have these like unactive or inactive, and then the initial pink one just swipe through when you're selecting a new page. So if you click on photography, this thing is going to just slide in. Yeah, it's a nice touch. I came out with this just thinking about it. Good. And that could be a thing, right? You could swoosh it in to slide in, to select the page. So instead of having like the background selector, you know, then when you're hovering something, it just slides through. It's the slash that slides through because you go to a new page. The thing is, with that, you kind of need to have page transition to work. So without having good page transition, having them pre-visible, or yeah, visible, you should be better. Let me fix that because that's bad. And then 16 is going to be like probably 20 to match. Oh, I see. I see. That's not centered. It's almost centered. Yeah, I know. It's just Flash is just not used anymore. Well, not as much at least. Lol. I would have it fatter, like way heavier. And let me think. Noise. Maybe. I don't have like a dither things that can go through. Just not gonna work. It's just that the noise helps. It's not what I'm trying to do. I can't. Let me rephrase that. I don't know if I can. I don't know if that exists. Maybe. Huh. I'm gonna have to do that. Which is kind of sad. Maybe it's working and I don't know where it is. I'm gonna try again with this. This might work. This one not gonna work. God damn it. I'm really looking for a very specific effect that I can't do. Right there. Yeah. I can't ASCII work, so you know what I mean with that. That basically what I had in mind. Maybe not 520, maybe like just 420. Obviously, having that high around here, and yeah, but that's not what I need. I appreciate it. That would generate something not good enough. Like I'm looking for, not dang. I'm looking for this, basically. I'm looking for that kind of effect for the high. Not necessarily animated, for obvious reasons. But you know. It would be good. Sorry. I also think that it should be fatter. Like 100% fatter than black right there to make it better. And then I kind of want to have it with a bit of a corner radius, but I can't do that unless I'm outlining it, which is giving us this weird ass thing, which I hate. So I guess the only way that I have is this. Shit, that's the wrong button. Huh, interesting. Well, therefore it should be here. I see. I see. Cool. And so now, dang. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I wish you had these somewhere. I could just play with them. But basically what you currently have is this in like basically bold. I guess everything is bold. And you have your title. I know. Also, this is 39, not 40. God damn it. Who raised you? Not me. Like right now, you basically have that. This is an exaggeration of what you currently have, but that's, you know. Roughly. Right? Right. Small detail? That's 60. That's 80. it creates the hierarchy of information to ensure that the readability is not the same, but like the importance of the title is more important than the content of the text. So just that smidge of a change would basically make this better. Is this question, is this available, as in because you started coding it, is it like available somewhere? Like there? No. God damn it. So I can play with the CSS, you know, then. But anyways, then. Main point, then. You change that to make sure that it's more like differentiated. And then for this, these could be pure white. That's not really an issue. But yeah. Dark purple and dark purple is hard to read. Yes, I agree. I agree. Dark purple and black is hard to read. Like these should be, or at least for me, that should be like somewhere around here. To help readability. And also help the differentiation between the text and the text. So there's that. And yeah. But that's good. That's good. I like that. You have access to that. You can check it out. You can check it out. Weird. It's a simple thing. But you know. You know me, you know the time, it's on point. I guess. I'm gonna be late. I am sending you there. Because it's gonna be 4:20, and that's gonna be what we need to do. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. As always, I'm going out. If you want to watch the VOD, it's gonna be on YouTube. If you have questions and are not live, as always, you can check the Discord. If it works, it doesn't work. God damn it. And yeah, we'll do that while I'm blurry. That's what's gonna happen. You can type the thing in screen, in chat, in all stuff. And who won? Yeah, good job. You won't see me do them. We'll do them anyways. Have fun. Take care. All that. Okay, bye.